Good evening, and welcome to the Sleepy Club. This is a gentle place where we learn while slowly drifting towards sleep. Here, calm and thoughtful stories share quiet knowledge and guide the mind into rest without effort or hurry. Before we begin, I would love to know where in the world you are listening from tonight and what time it is for you right now. Whether you are wrapped in blankets as the night grows deeper, or watching the sky soften with the first light of early morning, you are very welcome here. Tonight's story takes us on a slow and reflective journey into the past. Not just your past, but the past of the earth, the stars, and the universe itself. We will wander gently through memory and starlight, through fossils and forgotten moments, and ask a quiet question. Does anything that has happened ever truly disappear? As you listen, allow your shoulders to relax and your breath to deepen. There is nothing you need to remember and nothing you need to understand perfectly. Simply let the ideas pass by gently, like old photographs drifting across the surface of still water. If you enjoy these slow and thoughtful journeys, you are always welcome to like this video and subscribe to the Sleepy Club. It helps this calm little space grow and helps others find a peaceful place to rest as well. Now, settle comfortably into your bed and take a slow, deep breath in. Then gently let it go. Allow your eyes to close, your body to soften, and the noise of the day to fade away. Leave behind whatever no longer needs your attention, and drift toward a calm and restful night. Now we begin our journey into the quiet and fascinating story of the past, and the gentle mystery of where moments go when they end. Time does not begin with clocks hanging on walls or numbers glowing on a screen. It begins quietly within you. It begins in the gentle rise of your chest and the slow release of breath into the dark. It begins in the way evening light softens and slips beneath the horizon until the sky forgets its brightness. It begins in the unnoticed stretching of a child who one day stands taller than memory allows. Long before hours were counted, time was felt as change. You first understand time not as minutes or schedules, but as transformation, as the subtle truth that nothing remains fixed. This moment is already shifting even as you notice it. The air cools, thoughts rearrange themselves. Your heartbeat continues its steady rhythm. Time is the name we give to this quiet unfolding. It is the gentle certainty that everything moves. Imagine standing beside a river at dusk. You lower your foot into the current and feel the living chill wrap around your skin. The water circles your ankle with soft insistence, and then it slips away. When you reach again, the river is no longer the same. The water that touched you has continued its journey downstream. The ancient Greek philosopher Heraclitus once reflected that no one steps into the same river twice because all things flow and all things are in motion. Even the one who steps forward has already changed. Still, we try to hold time in place. We construct clocks to divide its passage and calendars to contain its days. We invent systems to measure what cannot be grasped. Yet beneath every mechanism there is something older than metal and numbers. There is a current moving through existence itself. It does not tick. It does not announce itself. It simply carries everything along. Your body understands this current even when your mind is distracted. Cells are dividing within you at this very instant. Proteins fold and unfold in intricate patterns like delicate living origami. Your heart completes one beat and begins another without asking for permission. Your lungs widen and soften with a breath so constant that its wonder is often overlooked. Even in stillness, you are alive with motion. Billions of processes unfold together in silent coordination. like dancers moving across a stage without sound. This is biological time. It requires no clock to confirm its reality. You do not need to witness a second passing to know that it has moved on. You sense it in the way your body settles into the mattress. You feel it in the weight gathering gently behind your eyes. You notice it in the slow release of tension as muscles surrender to rest. These small shifts are markers of passage written directly into your experience. Beyond your room, the world continues its turning. The earth rotates steadily beneath the distant stars. On the far coastline, a tide withdraws from the shore, while elsewhere a flower opens quietly to the night air. Transformation is happening in countless places at once. It unfolds gradually and without urgency, it never pauses. Change is universal and constant. But what is time itself? Is it an object or a location or a process woven through everything? It cannot be touched. It cannot be stored. You cannot place it in a jar or hold it in your hands. Some thinkers have suggested that time is simply the way human awareness organizes change. Others have proposed that it is embedded within the structure of the universe. They see it as intertwined with space itself so deeply that one cannot exist without the other. In modern physics, time is described as a dimension. Just as there is height and width and depth, there is also duration. It is not a place you stand still within, but a direction through which you move. 1. You continue forward whether you wish to or not. You cannot pause the flow. You cannot reverse it. You are carried onward gently and without exception through the vast and quiet dimension of time. You are always moving forward through the quiet corridor of becoming. Even when you sit still, your existence advances, and yet a gentle question rises like mist from water. If time is simply change, why does it feel so steady and so firmly directed ahead? Why can you not return to yesterday or step into tomorrow before its hour arrives? This is one of the soft mysteries of the universe, and we will circle back to it again and again. For now, you only need to sense that you are traveling within a river that never pauses, and no one fully knows what its waters are made of. In stories, time is often drawn as a straight road, stretching toward a distant horizon. But perhaps it curls instead like a spiral turning inward and outward at once. Memories circle back without warning. A scent drifts through the air. A melody hums in the background. A passing shadow stirs something familiar. Suddenly the past feels close enough to touch. Think of a single bright moment from when you were very young. A candle trembling on a birthday cake. A cold breeze slipping through an open window. And that instant seems gone, yet it lives somewhere within you, shaping the person you have become. Time does not only move ahead of you, it settles inside you. It builds you slowly, layer upon layer, like sediment gathering at the floor of a river. Water carries silt and stone, and your mind carries experience. Each moment rests quietly within, forming the landscape of your inner world. You are not simply traveling through time. Time is traveling through you. Language reaches for metaphors to explain this movement. We speak of time passing as if it walks beside us. We spend it as if it were currency. We say it flies as though it possessed wings. Yet these images only brush the surface. Time does not move past you. You move within it like a swimmer gliding through water, or a small boat carried downstream. You are always in motion. And another question begins to gather softly. If everything continues forward, where does it go? Where is yesterday now? Where is the version of you who gazed at the sky 10 years ago? Where is the laughter shared 5 summers past? Does the past disappear, or does it remain hidden beyond a bend in the current? We will return to these reflections more than once. Even if the river flows onward, you may still look back with curiosity rather than regret. There is no need to solve the puzzle tonight. There is only the invitation to float and allow yourself to be carried. In the next chapter, we will drift inward toward the smallest rhythms within you. You will discover how even your tiniest structures, your cells, and your chemistry move in quiet devotion to time. For now, remain still and listen to the space between heartbeats, because your patient body is already keeping count, and perhaps within that gentle rhythm, there is an echo of where the river first began. You may not sense it directly, but every cell within you is measuring duration in its own silent way. It does not tick like a clock on the wall, and it does not glow or ring. Yet it is precise and ancient and continuously active. Its rhythm is so dependable that life depends upon it. Tonight we move from the wide river of time into the delicate channels of your biology. The clocks within you are built from molecules. They do not announce the hour. They embody it. They mark passage by shifting form, by setting off reactions, and by guiding the cycles of rest and wakefulness. This inner timing system is known as your circadian rhythm. The phrase comes from Latin roots meaning around a day, and it describes a loop of roughly 24 hours woven into your cells. Even without sunlight or calendars, your body maintains its pattern. Deep within the folds of your brain rests a tiny cluster of neurons called the suprachiasmatic nucleus. You do not need to remember its name. You only need to imagine it as a quiet conductor guiding an orchestra of cellular clocks. From that small center, signals ripple outward, and your cells respond one by one. These molecular timekeepers are formed from proteins that interact in repeating cycles, shaping the cadence of your existence from within. They rise, and they gather, and they dissolve, and they begin once more. Picture a pendulum not shaped from brass or wood, but formed from molecules and quiet currents of energy. At the opening of each day, certain proteins increase within you. They accumulate softly like mist spreading across a field at dawn. As evening approaches, they diminish and settle. Then another group ascends, and the cycle turns again without pause. This delicate molecular dance governs more than you might imagine. Your sleep follows it. Your hunger answers to it. Your body temperature shifts in harmony with it. Your immune system prepares and responds according to its timing. Even the way your liver manages sugar unfolds within this pattern. All of it moves together, guided by inner tides. These rhythms are like oceans within you. Gentle cellular waves rising and falling, not by the pull of the moon, but by the presence of the sun. Your body senses day and night by listening to light. When morning sunlight reaches your eyes, even through closed lids, it sends a signal. That signal travels from the retina along specialized nerves toward the quiet conductor deep in your brain. From there, the message spreads outward. It announces that morning has arrived. It invites cells to wake and to begin again. Light adjusts your internal clock each day, gradually, like the slow turning of a dial. When darkness settles, your brain releases melatonin. This is a chemical lullaby that tells your body it is time to rest. You may not notice the shift immediately, yet behind each yawn and every gentle stretch, these ancient messengers are active. Even your organs maintain their own timing. Your stomach prepares for meals before you eat, releasing enzymes and signals in anticipation of routine. Your heart changes its pace at night, becoming quieter and slower. Your muscles repair more efficiently while you sleep. Each part of you follows a rhythm of its own, and together they form a living harmony. Sometimes the rhythm is disturbed, yet lack is not merely fatigue. It is a mismatch between the world around you and the clocks within. When you travel across time zones, your outer environment changes quickly, yet your inner timing remains aligned with where you were before. Night shift workers experience something similar. The body tries to adapt to artificial lights and alarms, yet it longs for the guidance of the sun. Even the blue brightness from screens can mislead your system, encouraging wakefulness when your cells are ready for sleep. Yet your body remains patient. It recalibrates and finds its cadence again. The circadian clock is resilient, shaped by billions of years of evolution. Even single-celled organisms without eyes or nerves respond to cycles of light and dark. Cyanobacteria, drifting in the sea, have followed this rhythm for eons, long before humans, birds, or trees appear. This pattern is ancient, and you are formed from it. You are not only living within time, you are structured to keep it. There is something quietly beautiful in knowing that while you sleep, your clocks continue. Your body may be still, yet your cells remain active. During dreams, your brain strengthens memories and organizes emotions and refines connections that are no longer needed. Your body heals. Your blood pressure lowers. Your breathing deepens. Sleep is not an absence of activity. It is a different form of work that is softer and essential. The timing mechanisms continue even as your conscious mind drifts. This rhythm extends beyond biology. You sense it in the lift of energy during mid-morning. You notice it when dusk softens your thoughts. You recognize it in hunger that arrives at familiar hours. You encounter it in music and poetry and conversation, each shaped by tempo and cadence. You experience it in relationships through the gradual growth of trust, the unfolding of love, and the patient waiting within grief. Human beings are rhythmic creatures within a rhythmic world. Perhaps this rhythm exists not only within you, but also between us. When two people walk side by side, their steps often align. When a baby rests on a parent's chest, their breathing begins to match. When a crowd listens with full attention, heartbeats can move in near unison. There is quiet beauty in this shared timing. It suggests that the currents guiding your cells may also ripple outward, linking one life to another. In a vast and gentle harmony, there is a hidden clockwork within connection itself. Perhaps that is why you are here now, listening and drifting and gently aligning with something unhurried. Your body senses the rhythm and your mind recognizes it. It is time to rest. Yet, before sleep gathers you completely, a quiet question begins to move. If the body keeps time through cells and cycles, how does the mind hold time within memory? Where does memory reside, and how does it preserve the shape of what has been? Allow your eyes to close as we move inward toward the reflective surface of the mind, and listen for the echoes resting there. Memory does not occupy a single chamber. It is not a drawer that can be opened or a shelf arranged with labeled moments. You cannot rewind your life like a film and replay it unchanged. Memory is softer than that and more fluid. It is like stepping beside a still pond and watching patterns ripple across its surface as shapes appear and dissolve. You remember through many regions of your brain working together. Different areas hold fragments of a scene. One area preserves sound, another carries scent. Another holds the feeling that once stirred in your chest. Each time you remember, you are not retrieving a fixed recording. You are rebuilding an experience. It is as though an artist places familiar colors upon a fresh canvas, creating something shaped by the present as well as the past. Tonight, we drift into that canvas and into the quiet mirrors where traces of earlier days continue to murmur. The process begins in the hippocampus, which is a small structure shaped like a seahorse resting deep within your brain. Here the first weaving of memory occurs. A place and a face and a feeling come together. The hippocampus binds these elements like threads crossing in a tapestry. The pattern is not flawless and it is not permanent yet. It holds long enough for the memory to form. With time, the memory spreads outward. It extends into the cortex and into regions that process sight and sound and emotion. Each fragment is stored in its own network like stars scattered across a dark sky. When you recall the event, your mind gathers these stars and connects them into a constellation once more. That is why memories are not fixed images. They shimmer and shift whenever they are summoned. They blend with other recollections and bend with new understanding. Remembering is an active creation, and each act of recall subtly reshapes what is remembered. Consider a moment from childhood that you have revisited many times. A birthday where the cake leaned slightly to one side. A summer evening that seemed to stretch endlessly bright. The warmth of a dog whose presence is now only a memory. Is that scene exactly as it first unfolded, or has it been tinted by every retelling and every quiet reflection? Memory carries both truth and transformation. It anchors you, yet it also alters with time. Your brain works this way because memory is not designed to be a flawless archive. It is meant to guide you forward. The experiences that remain vivid, whether they are joyful or painful or instructive, are those that may help you navigate what lies ahead. The ties that fade gently into the background are often those your system no longer needs. This is efficiency and adaptation and survival at work. The brain does not preserve everything. It selects and shapes and organizes. Even forgetting serves a purpose. Forgetting creates space. It prunes away what is no longer necessary, so that what remains can stay strong. Yet some memories resist quiet fading. They rise unexpectedly with the scent of rain touching pavement, or the sound of a particular note, or the angle of late afternoon sunlight. These are involuntary memories that arrive without invitation. Your brain constantly links experience with emotion. Flavor becomes associated with comfort. A certain corner of a room carries the outline of sorrow. A familiar laugh holds the presence of someone who is absent. This emotional marking gives memory its lasting power. What you remember most clearly is often not only the event, but the feeling it carried. And there is something even more curious. At times you recall events that did not unfold exactly as you believe. This does not mean something is wrong with you. It reflects the creative nature of memory itself. The mind imagines as it reconstructs, weaving fragments together in ways that can blur the boundary between what happened and what was later added in quiet revision. At times, two similar experiences merge until their edges blur. A story told to you many years ago can settle so deeply that it feels like your own lived memory. Your mind gently fills empty spaces, not to deceive you, but to complete the pattern. This is not a flaw. It is the mind creating coherence. Even memories that are not entirely accurate can carry emotional truth. They can symbolize something genuine even if the details have shifted. Memory is not only about looking behind you. It is also a bridge toward what has not yet happened. Your brain draws upon stored experiences to imagine, and to plan, and to dream. The same neural pathways that become active when you recall a walk beneath autumn leaves also awaken when you picture one still to come. In this sense, memory becomes a form of time travel, moving in both directions at once. During dreams, these threads often weave together in ways that feel surreal and nonlinear. Fragments of real events blend with scenes that never occurred. Emotions cross from one period of your life into another. The firm structure of waking time softens while you sleep. Memory may appear delicate, yet it is profoundly powerful. It provides continuity and identity. Without it, you would experience only isolated moments with no sense of connection. With memory, you become a timeline unfolding. You are like a novel, written page by page. Your mind, with all its imperfections, performs something extraordinary. It carries you across years, and through change, holding together moments you might otherwise lose. Now allow yourself to drift a little further, because another question emerges. If memory echoes within you, does the universe also preserve its own traces? Are there marks and ripples among the stars that tell the story of how everything began? In the next movement of our journey, we leave the inner mirror of the mind and float outward into space, where even galaxies carry remembrance. Imagine yourself rising gently above the Earth. You pass the soft blue curve of the atmosphere. You move beyond the pale glow of the moon. You travel past the sweeping arms of our galaxy, and into the vastness where stars are so distant, their light reaches you as faint whispers of ancient moments. You are weightless and unhurried. Around you, the universe holds its history. Everywhere there are signs of what came before. Nebulae shine with the remains of stars that have ended their lives. Galaxies twist and curve, shaped by collisions that occurred billions of years ago. Light arrives from remote regions of the cosmos that began its journey long before human footsteps touched the ground. Out here, nothing is entirely new. Everything you see is an echo carried by light across time. The greater the distance you observe, the further back into history your gaze travels. When you look toward the Andromeda galaxy, you see it not as it exists in this instant, but as it appeared 2.5 million years ago, because that is how long its light has taken to reach your eyes. Astronomers who study the sky with powerful telescopes are also studying the past. They observe not only space, but time itself. They witness a universe that once was. The oldest and deepest echo does not come from stars or planets. It comes from something subtle and pervasive known as the cosmic microwave background. The name sounds scientific, yet it carries quiet poetry. It is the lingering afterglow of the Big Bang. It is a faint radiation that fills all of space, stretched and cool across billions of years. It cannot be seen with human eyes, yet it surrounds everything. It is like a baby picture of the universe captured when it was only 300,000 years old, and still warm and luminous. This background light extends in every direction. Hence, when scientists map it, they discover that it is not perfectly uniform. There are slight variations, small fluctuations in temperature and density. These tiny irregularities are the seeds from which galaxies eventually formed. Even in its earliest light, the universe carried hints of the structures that would emerge much later. In this way, the cosmos also keeps memory written not in thoughts, but in radiation, and in the faint patterns that continue to travel through space. When scientists look closely at that ancient background light, they find faint ripples like fingerprints pressed gently into the early universe. There are tiny differences in temperature and subtle irregularities spread across the sky. From those delicate variations, everything eventually grew. Galaxies formed. Stars ignited. Planets gathered. Even you arose from that beginning. Gravity drew matter together around those early imbalances, and from that gathering came the grand structure of the cosmos. In this way, the universe holds memory, not only in traveling light, but in its very shape. A star carries the imprint of the cloud from which it condensed. A black hole silently reflects the mass it has absorbed. Even the geometry of space may preserve a record of events that unfolded long ago. These are not memories of images or language or emotion. They are structural and mathematical patterns written into the fabric of spacetime itself. Some physicists propose that information is never completely lost, not even within a black hole. They suggest that every particle and every interaction leaves a trace too subtle to perceive directly, yet inscribed into the underlying pattern of reality. If this is so, then nothing is ever entirely erased. The past does not disappear. It leaves an imprint and shapes what follows. The universe continues to expand and to cool. The intense heat of its earliest moments has faded to a temperature only a few degrees above absolute zero. The signals from that origin grow fainter, and the distances between galaxies widen. Yet, even in this cooling and stretching, there is memory. There is a quiet persistence that carries the message that the beginning once blazed. You are surrounded by this history, not in books but in photons, and not in spoken stories but in starlight. The atoms within your body, including the calcium in your bones and the iron in your blood, were forged inside ancient stars that lived and died long before your birth. This is not poetry alone. It is chemistry. You are composed of stardust. You are not separate from the universe. The universe is present within you. Perhaps memory is something larger than any one mind. Perhaps existence itself remembers through every structure and every being. Now allow that thought to settle gently, because our journey shifts again. We leave the distant galaxies for a moment and return to Earth to explore how time behaves in your own world. We step into the reflections of Albert Einstein, who revealed that time is not as steady as once believed. It can stretch, and it can slow, and it can bend. There was a time when duration seemed simple and absolute. Isaac Newton described it as a fixed and universal rhythm, like a vast clock ticking identically everywhere. But Einstein reimagined it. His theory of relativity showed that time is not rigid, and not the same for all observers. It flows differently depending on position and motion. Imagine time as a fabric spread across the universe. Wherever there is mass, such as a planet or a star, that fabric curves. The curvature is caused by gravity. In regions where space-time curves more deeply, time moves more slowly. This is not speculation. It has been measured and confirmed. If two identical atomic clocks are placed at different heights, such as one at sea level and one high on a mountain, they will not remain synchronized. The clock farther from Earth's gravitational pull will tick slightly faster. Time itself is sensitive to gravity. The difference is too small for you to sense in daily life, yet it is large enough that satellites and global positioning systems must correct for it each day. Without adjusting for the bending of time, the map on your phone would slowly drift miles from where you truly stand. The curvature of space-time is not poetry alone. It is part of the calculations that guide airplanes and ships and the quiet orbiting machines above your head. Imagine that you are resting here, preparing for sleep, while far above the Earth, someone is traveling in an aircraft high in the sky. Their clock is ticking a little faster than yours because they are slightly farther from the pull of gravity. Their body is aging just a fraction more quickly. The change is small, yet over long periods it becomes meaningful. If that traveler were to move faster, still approaching the speed of light, the effect would deepen. From their perspective, time would feel normal, yet to an observer remaining on Earth, they would appear slowed, almost suspended. This gentle distortion is known as time dilation. It arises from motion and from gravity. Picture a spacecraft departing Earth and journeying near light speed for what feels like only a few years to those aboard. When they return, they would find that decades have passed on Earth. This is not fantasy. It follows directly from the mathematics of relativity. Even astronauts orbiting in the International Space Station experience time a little differently. Moving swiftly above the planet, they age a few milliseconds less during extended missions than they would have on the ground. The difference is tiny, yet it is real and measurable. Einstein's great insight was that space and time are not separate entities. They form a single woven structure called spacetime. This structure can curve and ripple. Massive objects such as stars and planets and black holes distort it much like heavy stones placed upon a stretched fabric. When light passes near these massive bodies, it follows the curve rather than traveling in a straight path. Gravity does not simply pull. It reshapes the geometry of space and, with it, the flow of time. It may feel as though time itself has texture, becoming denser in one region and lighter in another. Your own experience of time changes with emotion. An hour can seem long or brief depending on your state of mind. Yet, Einstein's discovery concerns the deep framework of reality rather than feeling. Time is not a rigid ruler extending unchanged through the cosmos. It is more like a river whose current is altered by the presence of mass and motion. For all its flexibility, time remains your constant companion. You move through it steadily. Even when its pace shifts under the influence of gravity, you continue forward. Your heartbeat and your thoughts and every quiet breath travel along this curved landscape of duration. You are part of the dynamic fabric. It is natural to wonder whether if time can bend, it might also loop. Could there be paths that circle back? Einstein did not completely forbid such possibilities. Certain extreme configurations of spacetime might, in theory, allow closed loops. Yet these remain speculative ideas, like distant eddies in a river not yet observed. As you rest tonight, remember that time is not fixed and not simple. It bends in the presence of gravity and adjusts with speed. It surrounds you and carries you. You are not outside it. You are woven into it. In the next part of our journey, we will drift closer to gravity's deepest wells, where the stretching of time becomes more dramatic. For now, remain still. You are floating upon curved time, and the universe holds you gently within its vast and patient structure. Let yourself sink into the quiet weight of your own body. Notice the softness beneath your head and the steady support beneath your back. Feel the gentle pull that draws you downward. It is not harsh or sudden. It is constant and patient. Gravity is always there, holding you to the surface of the earth and keeping you grounded even when you forget to notice it. Tonight we explore how this silent force shapes not only space but time itself. Gravity keeps your feet upon the floor. It holds the oceans against the planet and guides the planets along their curved paths around the sun. Yet it also performs something more subtle. It slows the flow of time. This is not metaphor. In the deep structure of physics, mass curves space, and that curvature influences how time moves. Imagine two locations. One rests high upon a mountain where the air is thin and clear. The other lies deep within a quiet valley. In each place there is a person with a perfect atomic clock measuring the smallest intervals. Over years a difference appears. The clock on the mountain runs slightly faster than the one in the valley. The change is tiny yet measurable. This is gravitational time dilation. The deeper you are within a gravitational field, the more slowly time passes relative to a place with weaker gravity. Even here on Earth, this effect is present. Satellites that orbit high above experience time, moving a little faster than clocks on the ground. Their systems must correct for this difference constantly. Without those corrections, the maps that guide you would drift by meters, and then by kilometers. Engineers account for this bending of time, so that ground and sky remain in agreement. Time is local, and it depends on where you stand within gravity. Now consider a more extreme place, such as a neutron star, which is the collapsed core of a massive star compressed into a sphere the size of a city. It is so dense that a teaspoon of its material would weigh billions of tons. Near such an object, gravity becomes intense and time slows dramatically. A brief interval for someone orbiting close to it could correspond to years for a distant observer. Move deeper still toward a black hole where gravity becomes so strong that even light cannot escape. Near the boundary called the event horizon, time slows almost to a halt from the perspective of someone far away. If you watched an object fall toward that edge, it would appear to slow and fade and never quite cross. To the falling object, a passage would seem normal, yet to you, it would stretch toward stillness. It is humbling to realize that time, which feels so dependable, is influenced by gravity in this way. You exist within gravity at every moment, and your time flows slightly differently from someone far above the surface of the planet. The variation is gentle and does not disturb your life yet. It reveals that time is not rigid. It is a flexible fabric shaped by mass and depth, and by the world around you. Some have imagined using this effect to extend life by dwelling near stronger gravity. In principle, time would move more slowly for them relative to others. Yet the places where gravity is powerful are not gentle environments. They are the remnants of collapsed stars, or regions of extreme force. They are beautiful in theory and severe in reality. Still, the idea of stretched time lingers. Perhaps in a quiet way you already experience something similar. When you rest as you are resting now, you surrender to gravity. You allow yourself to be held. In this stillness, time does not change in measurable physics, yet it feels altered. Moments seem longer. Thoughts drift more slowly. A single minute expands into a wide and calm awareness. This is your own gravity well, your bed beneath you, your breath moving slowly, your body resting in quiet weight. In this stillness, you feel time not as numbers on a clock, but as presence. Much of life moves quickly. Days are chaste and hours are measured. Yet the universe offers another lesson. Time slows in places that are deep and still and heavy. Slowness is not always a flaw. Sometimes it is the deeper truth. Perhaps gravity is more than a force drawing you downward. Perhaps it is an invitation to remain here and to feel grounded. It encourages you to move gently through the curved flow of time. Soon we will lift our attention upward toward light that has crossed vast distances carrying messages from long ago. We will wonder what it means to see something that may no longer exist. We will ask how far a single beam of starlight can carry us into the past. For now, allow gravity to hold you. Time is moving softly, and you are resting within its curve. Let your eyes close as if preparing to look beyond ordinary sight. Imagine a sky scattered with stars, even if a ceiling lies above you. These are not simple points of brightness. They are lanterns from distant eras shining across immeasurable space. Tonight we follow the quiet journey of light and consider what it means to witness something that may already be gone. Light moves faster than anything else in the universe. It travels through emptiness at nearly 300,000 kilometers each second. It can circle the Earth 7 times in the span of a heartbeat. Yet the cosmos is immense. Even at this speed, light requires time to cross it. When you look at the moon, you see it as it was about 1 second earlier. When you look at the sun, you see it as it appeared 8 minutes before. When you gaze at distant stars, you are seeing them years or even thousands of years in the past. In this way, light becomes a message. Each photon is a small messenger traveling across darkness. It moves past planets and through space, and finally reaches your eye. You do not feel its arrival. Yet when it touches you, it carries the story of a star and a moment that may no longer be present. The farther you look, the further back in time you see. A star 100 light years away is observed as it existed a century ago, began its journey long before you were born. Even if that star has since faded, its light continues forward like a postcard sent across time. This light is not only beautiful, it is informative. Astronomers study it, carefully breaking it into spectra like fine threads of color. From these patterns, they determine what a star is made of, and how it moves, and how far away it is. Each beam contains a signature. Your eyes see brightness, while science reads history. Some light has traveled for billions of years. Telescopes such as Hubble and James Webb peer deep into space and therefore deep into time. They capture galaxies forming when the universe was young. They observe stars that lived and ended before Earth itself existed. In the faintest distant glows, we glimpse clues to our own origins. Even the darkness between stars is not truly empty. It carries the softest radiation, a lingering echo of the early universe. The cooled remnant of the Big Bang still surrounds you. The cosmic microwave background that we visited before continues to fill the universe. It is a form of light so stretched and aged that it no longer shines in visible brightness, but hums softly as temperature. It is a faint warmth left over from the first fire of creation. You are immersed in ancient light. Even in the darkest night, photons from distant ages pass around you and through you. Some brush your skin. Others move silently through your body without notice. The past is never far away. It flows quietly through the present at every moment. Closer to home, light still carries meaning. The golden glow of late afternoon, and the pale blue of dawn, and the gentle flicker of candlelight on a wall are all shaped by time and place. They are colored by the angle of the sun, and the curve of the earth, and the layers of air and cloud that filter them. When you close your eyes, these impressions remain not because the light persists, but because your mind preserves their echo. You may recall a summer evening beneath a dark hillside, when the air felt cool and still, and you gazed upward at the stars. In that moment, you sensed something vast and enduring. You were not only seeing distant suns, you were looking through time itself. Each night sky is like a gallery of ancient photons, still traveling toward you. Drift now within that quiet gallery. Imagine floating among beams of long-traveled light. Let the hush of cosmic duration wrap gently around you. Consider the possibility that this present instant is also beginning its journey outward. Perhaps you too are becoming light that will reach some distant observer in another time. Soon, we will ask what the present truly is. If everything we see is already past, then what is now? Is it something solid or only a feeling balanced between memory and anticipation? For now, rest in the soft arrival of starlight that continues endlessly across space. Notice where you are. Feel the support beneath you and the rhythm of your breathing. Sense this flicker of awareness between what has passed and what has not yet come. It seems firm, as though you are anchored to a single point called now. Yet the idea of a precise present is more subtle than it appears. By the time your brain registers a sound or a flash of light, that event has already occurred. Your mind processes and assembles information with slight delays. It presents you with a world that is carefully constructed from signals that have already entered the past. To create continuity, your brain weaves these signals together like threads in fabric. It gathers input from your senses, which each operate at slightly different speeds, and blends them into a seamless experience. Neurologists describe the spacious present as a brief window, rather than a single instant. Within this small span of time, your brain integrates information so that you perceive flow and connection. This is why you hear a melody instead of isolated notes and see movement instead of separate frames. What feels like a precise present is actually a gentle overlap between moments that have already begun to recede and those that are just arriving. Your experience of now is not a razor-thin instant. It is a small rhythm and a gentle span just wide enough to keep the story of your life flowing smoothly. This blending is not a mistake. It is a gift. Without it, the world would appear in fragments and flashes. Sounds would arrive as disconnected clicks. Images would flicker without continuity. Instead, your brain offers you a steady stream. It arranges sensation into a calm, unfolding narrative, and that narrative is what gives meaning to the present. Imagine again a river. The water touching your skin is already moving onward. By the time you feel it, it has begun its journey downstream. Yet to you, it feels immediate and present. The instant you notice it, the instant has already passed, yet its shape lingers softly in awareness. Each moment flows away, even as your mind briefly holds its outline. That is how consciousness moves. There is another quiet wonder. Not every creature experiences now in the same way. Some animals process information more rapidly than humans. A hummingbird may perceive more visual frames within a second. To it, your gestures might seem slow and deliberate. To you, the bird appears as a blur, yet in its own tempo. It hovers and adjusts with precision. Researchers suggest that different species possess different spans of the spacious present. Each lives within its own rhythm of immediacy. Even among humans, the sense of duration shifts. Anxiety can stretch seconds into long passages. Joy can compress hours into something that feels brief. Waiting for news can make time feel thick and extended. Laughter with someone dear can make an evening vanish. Time is flexible within your body and your mind. So what is the present? It is not a single tick. It is not a fixed dot along a line. Unto, it is an experience woven from memory, expectation, and sensation. Some physicists, such as Carlo Rovelli, have suggested that our common sense picture of flowing time may not reflect the deepest equations of physics. In those equations, past and future can appear symmetrical, yet in your lived experience, time feels directional. Now feels like the leading edge of an arrow moving forward. You can still cherish this present, even if it is more like a wave than a point. It is where your breath happens. It is where memory begins to form and imagination prepares its first step. The sense of now is not a deception. It is the place where you live. You do not need to cling to it. It already holds you gently as it moves onward. You are already a traveler in time. Without machines or effort, you move forward second by second. You grow and change and remember. Since the day you were born, you have been carried along by duration. It is natural to wonder whether travel might ever reverse. Could one step backward into what has already occurred? Could past and future intersect again? Let us approach that question calmly. In the language of physics, the idea of time travel is not entirely forbidden. Consider spacetime once more as a unified fabric that is soft and vast. Gravity can curve this fabric around massive objects. If spacetime can bend gently, one might ask whether it could ever bend sharply enough to loop back upon itself. Could such curvature create a path that returns to an earlier point? These are questions that arise from the mathematics of relativity, and they invite quiet curiosity as we continue our journey through the mysteries of time. In general relativity, Einstein's great theory, there are mathematical solutions that suggest spacetime could curve so tightly that it forms what are called closed, time-like curves. These are theoretical paths through spacetime that might, in principle, return you to the same place and moment from which you began. The phrase itself is less important than the image it carries. A loop in time, a circle where yesterday and today meet. This possibility does not arise from fantasy alone. It emerges from the same equations that describe black holes and gravity and the expansion of the cosmos. Yet mathematics permitting something does not guarantee that nature allows it. Many physicists believe such loops would be unstable. The immense energy required to create them might cause them to collapse. The smallest disturbance could unravel them before any journey completed. The idea remains faint like a star, barely visible at dawn. There are other subtle hints within quantum physics. At the smallest scales, particles behave in ways that challenge classical intuition. They can exist in superposition, appearing in more than one state at once. They can become entangled, so that a change to one is reflected in another across distance. In certain theoretical descriptions, particles seem to interact with aspects of their own histories through probabilistic processes. These are not full reversals of time, yet they suggest that duration at the quantum level may be more intricate than our everyday experience. Wormholes are another concept that arises from relativity. They are hypothetical tunnels through space-time connecting distant regions. Some theoretical models allow for the possibility that such structures could connect not only separate places, but separate times. If one end of a wormhole experienced different gravitational conditions or motion than the other, then a traveler passing through might emerge at an earlier moment relative to their departure. These remain speculative ideas, and we do not know whether wormholes exist or whether they could remain stable long enough for passage. Time travel raises deeper questions about cause and effect. If one could return to an earlier event, could it be altered? What would occur if the cause of the journey were removed? These scenarios create what are known as causal paradoxes. Some theoretical approaches suggest that the laws of physics would prevent contradictions, ensuring that events remain self-consistent. Others imagine that any travel through time would form closed loops where outcomes are fixed within their own structure. Perhaps time travel does not require machines or portals. Memory itself allows you to revisit earlier days. A scent can carry you back to a childhood kitchen. A melody can compress decades into a single breath. These experiences are not physical journeys, yet they are genuine movements of awareness across time. For the human mind, this may be the most accessible form of travel. It is natural in quiet hours to imagine a hidden doorway within the folds of space-time, leading back to a forgotten moment. One might wish only to observe and to listen, and to see a younger self without changing anything. Such reflections reveal how deeply we value continuity and understanding. So where does this leave us? It leaves us within a universe where time may bend and stretch, yet still guides every step forward. It leaves us with curiosity, and with the recognition that even if literal return remains uncertain, we are always connected to what has been through memory and through the fabric of reality itself. Where does this leave us? Not in certainty and not in final answers, but in awe. The laws of the universe, as we understand them, are wide enough to hold these questions without closing them. Not every question must be solved to matter. Some questions are like stars. They are meaningful because they shine. Soon we will turn from speculation towards something quieter, yet no less mysterious. We will follow the arrow of time forward and ask why certain events happen only once. Why an egg can break yet never unbreak. Why the past feels settled while the future feels open. For now, drift gently with the understanding that you are already a traveler, not through fantasy, but through the steady unfolding of real time. Time moves in one direction. In your experience, you wake and grow and change. Events occur, and then they remain in the past. You cannot return to them. A cup of tea cools but does not warm itself. Footprints mark the sand, yet the sand does not rise to erase them in reverse. Why does time possess this direction? In the fundamental equations of physics, time does not always have a preferred direction. Many of them work equally well if you replace forward with backward, yet your lived world is not symmetrical. You remember yesterday but not tomorrow. This sense of direction is known as the arrow of time. It points from lower entropy toward higher entropy. Entropy is often described as disorder, but more precisely, it measures how many microscopic arrangements correspond to a visible state. Consider a deck of cards arranged in perfect order. There are very few ways for the cards to remain exactly ordered. When you shuffle the deck, the number of possible arrangements becomes vast. The shuffled state has higher entropy because it can exist in many configurations. Think of an egg resting whole in your hand. There are limited ways for it to remain intact. Once it is cracked, there are countless ways for it to be broken. Entropy increases because there are simply more possibilities for disorder than for precise order. When systems are left alone, they tend toward the states that can occur in the greatest number of ways. Imagine a room that is carefully organized. Each object rests in its place. It requires intention and effort to maintain that arrangement. A small disturbance can create mild disorder because there are more ways for objects to be slightly misplaced than perfectly aligned. This is not because disorder has intention. It is because probability favors it. In thermodynamics, this tendency is expressed as the second law. In a closed system, entropy tends to increase. Heat flows from warmer regions to cooler ones. Energy spreads outward. Structures gradually change and decay. This is why tea cools and ice melts and buildings weather over time. It is the natural progression of energy dispersing. Yet there is beauty in this process. You exist because of entropy. Your body is an organized structure maintained by energy flowing through it. You are not separate from the arrow of time. You are a temporary island of order sustained by the continual exchange of energy with your surroundings. Even now, as you rest, entropy continues its gentle work. Entropy is not destruction alone. It is transformation. When a log burns, it becomes ash and releases heat and light. That light warms the air. That warmth moves outward and continues the exchange of energy. Change spreads, and in that spreading new patterns arise. Where does this leave us? Not in certainty, and not in final answers, but in awe. The laws of the universe as we understand them are wide enough to hold these questions without closing them. Not every question must be solved to matter. Some questions are like stars. They are meaningful because they shine. Soon we will turn from speculation towards something quieter, yet no less mysterious. We will follow the arrow of time forward and ask why certain events happen only once. Why an egg can break yet never unbreak. Why the past feels settled while the future feels open. For now, drift gently with the understanding that you are already a traveler. Not through fantasy, but through the steady unfolding of real time. Time moves in one direction in your experience. You wake and grow and change. Events occur, and then they remain in the past. You cannot return to them. A cup of tea cools, but does not warm itself. Footprints mark the sand, yet the sand does not rise to erase them in reverse. Why does time possess this direction? In the fundamental equations of physics, time does not always have a preferred direction. Many of them work equally well if you replace forward with backward. Yet your lived world is not symmetrical. You remember yesterday, but not tomorrow. This sense of direction is known as the arrow of time. It points from lower entropy toward higher entropy. Entropy is often described as disorder, but more precisely, it measures how many microscopic arrangements correspond to a visible state. Consider a deck of cards arranged in perfect order. There are very few ways for the cards to remain exactly ordered. When you shuffle the deck, the number of possible arrangements becomes vast. The shuffled state has higher entropy because it can exist in many configurations. Think of an egg resting whole in your hand. There are limited ways for it to remain intact. Once it is cracked, there are countless ways for it to be broken. Entropy increases because there are simply more possibilities for disorder than for precise order. When systems are left alone, they tend toward the states that can occur in the greatest number of ways. Imagine a room that is carefully organized. Each object rests in its place. It requires intention and effort to maintain that arrangement. A small disturbance can create mild disorder, because there are more ways for objects to be slightly misplaced than perfectly aligned. This is not because disorder has intention. It is because probability favors it. In thermodynamics, this tendency is expressed as the second law. In a closed system, entropy tends to increase. Heat flows from warmer regions to cooler ones. Energy spreads outward. Structures gradually change and decay. This is why tea cools and ice melts and buildings weather over time. It is the natural progression of energy dispersing. Yet, there is beauty in this process. You exist because of entropy. Your body is an organized structure maintained by energy flowing through it. You are not separate from the arrow of time. You are a temporary island of order sustained by the continual exchange of energy with your surroundings. Even now, as you rest, entropy continues its gentle work. Entropy is not destruction alone. It is transformation. When a log burns, it becomes ash and releases heat and light. That light warms the air. That warmth moves outward and continues the exchange of energy. Change spreads, and in that spreading new patterns arise. Flames rise from burning wood and form new shapes in air and light. The broken egg becomes a meal. The shuffled cards become a game. What seems like disorder opens new directions. It creates conditions for adaptation and for life itself. The arrow of time is not an enemy to resist. It is a current to move with. You remember the past and not the future because memory depends on traces. After an event, the world changes. Tea cools. Leaves fall. A photograph rests in a drawer. These marks appear only after something has occurred. Entropy increases following events and not before them. Memory is a reflection of that increase. It's a soft imprint left by the movement of time. There is a deeper layer still. Many physicists believe the universe began in a state of extraordinarily low entropy. It was a rare and delicate order from which change could only move toward greater dispersion. From that initial condition, the arrow of time emerged. Stars formed and heat spread outward. The cosmos expanded like a vast breath. You are living within that same unfolding. Entropy continues to rise, yet within it, there are patterns that briefly gather. A spiral galaxy forms. A leaf arranges its cells. A human body rests in the quiet of night. These are temporary islands of order within a larger movement toward complexity and spread. You are not separate from this flow. You move with it naturally. But there is no rewinding, but there is always becoming. Tomorrow, your room will shift slightly. Your body will change by a small measure. The air will move and tea left untouched will cool. These changes are not failures. They are expressions of the universe moving forward. Now we turn inward to your body itself. Time does not pass only through thought. It leaves marks in flesh and bone. Your skin stretches and heals and renews. It carries scars and freckles shaped by sunlight and accident. A faint line on a knee from a childhood fall. A spot from a summer day. These are visible signs of time recorded without intention. Beneath the skin, cells divide and tissues rebuild. Repair occur again and again, yet never in exactly the same way. Small variations remain like layers in a manuscript, written over earlier words. Your bones also record history. They reveal age and stress and growth. They reflect fractures that healed and subtle curves that developed over years. Scientists can study bones and learn about nutrition and activity and even pregnancy. Your skeleton is not only support, it is a chronicle of movement and experience. Though you may not feel it, your bones are living tissue constantly renewing and reshaping. Your teeth hold their own record. The first to emerge and those that follow leave traces of growth patterns and health. Enamel, once formed, does not regenerate. It preserves a history of diet and illness in microscopic detail. Your body remembers quietly even when your thoughts drift. Enamel forms only once, and then it endures. It seals within it the chemistry of your early years, the water you drank, and the minerals you absorbed, and the seasons that shaped your growth are recorded there in quiet layers. In your mouth are fossils of your own becoming. Your muscles remember as well, though not with words or images. They remember through motion and repetition. The way your hands tie a shoe without instruction, the way you balance on a bicycle even after years away, the posture your body settles into when you are tired. These are called muscle memories, though they are stored not in the fibers themselves, but in neural pathways strengthened over time. Practice becomes pattern and effort becomes instinct. Time turns movement into memory. Now, close your eyes and move gently towards sleep. In this threshold, the firm edges of time begin to soften. Minutes lose their boundaries. Hours dissolve into something less defined. A quieter world appears where the past arrives without invitation, and the future borrows the shapes of memory. This is the realm of dreams where time behaves differently. Your body rests with breath deep and muscles relaxed, yet your mind remains active. During rapid eye movement sleep, your brain shows vivid patterns of activity. Regions that process vision and emotion and memory become engaged. From this activity, dreams emerge, and within them time bends. You may have experienced a dream that felt long and detailed, only to wake and discover that only minutes have passed. You may have moved within a dream from childhood to present, and into scenes that never occurred without noticing any transition. Dream time is not linear. It is layered and shaped by feeling rather than by clocks. Researchers continue to explore why dreaming occurs. Many believe it helps consolidate memory and reorganize experience. The hippocampus appears to replay fragments of recent events, strengthening neural connections. These replays are not exact copies. They are blended and rearranged with older impressions and emotions. Because memory itself is not arranged in a simple line, dreams follow a similar pattern. Within dreams, you might encounter someone who is no longer alive. and accept their presence without question. You might return to a home that exists only in memory with details that seem vivid and intact. Time does not constrain the dream world. It flows according to imagination. Some dreams compress entire narratives into brief sleep. Others stretch a single moment into a long unfolding sequence. Duration in dreams is measured less by minutes and more by intensity and emotion. In certain dreams, awareness arises and you realize you are dreaming. These lucid dreams allow a degree of influence over the experience. The dreamer may alter the setting or slow the unfolding events. In those moments, time feels tangible, as though it can be shaped. In dreams, fear can return, but so can joy and curiosity. They are expressions of a mind weaving meaning beyond the limits of ordinary chronology. In dreams, you may rise into the air without effort. You may visit someone you miss and speak words that feel natural, even in languages you never learned. You may sit in a sunlit room that has never existed in waking life. Your dreaming self moves freely through time and space because nothing there must follow a straight line. It only needs to be felt. Yet dreams are not separate from your biology. Your circadian rhythm and your sleep cycles and the patterns of your brain waves shape when and how you dream. Most vivid dreams occur during rapid eye movement sleep. Still, fragments of imagery can surface in other stages, like small bubbles rising from depth. Sleep is layered rather than empty. Each stage carries you through a different texture of awareness and a different experience of time. When you wake, sometimes nothing remains, and sometimes a single image lingers like smoke. Some dreams fade instantly, others return when across years like letters rediscovered in a forgotten drawer. Whether remembered or not, your brain retains the effect of the process. Sleep has done its quiet work. You wake restored and subtly reshaped. Now release the measured rhythm of the day. You have followed clocks and counted hours and walked along the arrow of time. Let time soften for a while. Let it sway and spiral as your sleeping mind tells its story. As we move onward, we return from the world of dreams to the steadier stillness of the earth itself. Not the stillness of absence, but of accumulation. Time folded and pressed into soil and stone. The planet holds memory not in language, but in layers and rings and cracks. Picture a tree standing through seasons. Each year, it forms a new ring beneath its bark. Sunlight and rain, and drought and frost leave their subtle imprint in the width and texture of that ring. When the trunk is cut and viewed in cross-section, those rings can be read like pages. Wide rings mark years of abundance. Narrow rings reflect lean times. It scarce record fire or lightning. This field of study is called dendrochronology, and it allows scientists to read environmental history written in wood. A forest becomes an archive. By comparing rings from many trees, researchers identify patterns of climate across regions. They detect cycles of drought and evidence of volcanic eruptions that dimmed sunlight. Even solar storms leave traces. Trees become silent historians etched with time. The earth also writes in stone. Sediments settle layer upon layer as dust drifts and leaves decay and shells sink. Over centuries and then millions of years, these layers compress into rock. Shale and limestone and sandstone each represent different conditions of the past. Stratigraphy is the study of these layers, and each stratum reveals a chapter of planetary history. Within these layers, fossils are preserved. Not only bones, but pollen grains and impressions of leaves and footprints hardened in ancient mud. The ground beneath you is a record of lives and climates long gone. The planet remembers in structure and texture and quiet depth. Fossils are not merely artifacts resting in stone. They are timestamps pressed into the earth. They reveal when life shifted and when seas advanced and when deserts moved. Each preserved form whispers that it once existed beneath the sun. Through them the planet carries memory long after living forms have faded. Ice also remembers. In glaciers and polar caps, snow falls year after year. In the era, each layer seals within it small bubbles of ancient air and traces of volcanic ash and fine cosmic dust. When scientists drill deep into this frozen archive, they uncover a timeline extending back hundreds of thousands of years. The deeper the layer, the older the air it contains. From these samples, researchers measure past carbon levels and temperature changes in gases released by fires that burned long before written language. Ice core science shows that even frozen water can preserve history. Rocks speak in chemistry. Mountains bear the imprint of continents that once collided. Caves hold the memory of floods carved into their ceilings. Canyons reveal the work of rivers that shaped them over ages. Everywhere the ground beneath you records how the world became what it is. To notice this story, one must listen slowly. Among the oldest witnesses are tiny crystals known as zircon. These minerals can survive immense pressure and heat. Some are more than 4 billion years old. Formed in fire, they contain trace elements that act like time capsules. Within them, scientists have found evidence of early water and the first crust of land. A crystal smaller than a grain of sand can hold the memory of the Earth's earliest days. The oceans preserve their own chronicles. Sediments settle on the seabed in layers. Coral grows in rings that record chemical changes in water. Shells capture environmental conditions within their delicate curves. Waves sculpt coastlines over centuries, writing patterns of erosion. And return, the sea records its history patiently and deeply. When you rest upon the ground, you lie upon countless overlapping stories told in texture and weight and temperature. You are not separate from these layers. Your body formed from elements drawn from soil and sea. The carbon in your breath once moved through leaves and air. You are time shaped into living form. Now lift your imagination toward the sky. Even with closed eyes, picture the familiar constellations such as Orion or the pattern of the Big Dipper. They appear steady and unchanging, as if they have always occupied those positions. Yet this stillness is only apparent. Each star is in motion. Everyone travels along its own path around the center of the Milky Way at remarkable speed. From Earth, the change is subtle because the distances are vast. Over centuries, the positions shift gradually, like distant ships moving across a wide ocean. This slow drift is called proper motion. Though invisible to casual sight, it can be measured with careful instruments. The stars are not fixed lights. They are travelers in a vast and patient dance. Some stars pass relatively near to our solar system, while others travel on distant arcs around the center of the Milky Way. Across tens of thousands of years, these subtle movements accumulate. The constellations you recognize are not permanent structures. They are temporary patterns formed from our present vantage point. They are meaningful yet fleeting, like footprints impressed upon cosmic sand. If you could watch the sky in accelerated motion, you would see familiar shapes stretch and bend. Lines that seem straight would curve. Orion would lose the symmetry of its belt. The Big Dipper would change its outline. Constellations are snapshots taken from a specific moment in galactic history. To observers in ancient Egypt, the stars appeared slightly different. To observers in the distant future, they will appear altered again. Some stars move so noticeably that their change can be measured within human timescales. Barnard's star is a faint red dwarf that crosses the sky more quickly than any other known star. relative to our perspective. Another star known as Gliese 10 is traveling toward our region of space. In about 1-3 million years, it will pass close enough to disturb distant comets at the edge of our solar system. The stars are not static. They approach and recede over immense spans. At times, a star brightens suddenly in what we call a nova. Ancient sky watchers described such events as guest stars appearing unexpectedly. These flares are linked to dramatic changes in stellar systems. The light from these events may take years or centuries to reach Earth. When you observe them, you are seeing history. Every point of light in the night sky represents photons that began their journey long ago. Some departed before your great-grandparents were born. Others have traveled tens of thousands of years through darkness. The sky functions like a record of past events displayed across vast distance. It is as if you are viewing a photograph taken from within a time machine. You are not separate from this motion. The Earth rotates on its axis and orbits the Sun. The Sun circles the center of the galaxy. The galaxy moves within a cluster of other galaxies, and all are part of an expanding universe. You exist within this choreography. Even when you feel still, you are moving through space with the planet beneath you. When you point toward a star, you may be indicating an object whose core has already changed. Some stars whose light reaches you have ended their luminous phase. Their radiation continues to travel long after transformation. And a wide side. The light remains real even if its source has evolved. In this sense, the past continues to arrive. Constellations shift and stars drift and light curves through space, yet the sky remains a presence above you. This continuous change suggests that stillness is relative. You too are always in motion even when resting. This leads toward a deeper inquiry. Did time itself have a beginning? If there was an origin to time, what does it mean to ask what came before? The question challenges everyday intuition, because beginnings are defined within time. We now stand at the threshold of that mystery, contemplating whether time emerged with the universe, or whether the concept of before loses meaning at that boundary. There is no need to solve this mystery. It is enough to rest beside it with quiet wonder. For many centuries, people believed the universe had always existed, extending infinitely backward and forward, without origin. Then, in the 20th century, science began to describe another possibility. Observations of distant galaxies revealed that space itself is expanding. From this evidence emerged the idea that the universe once existed in an extremely hot and dense state. This event is known as the Big Bang. The Big Bang was not an explosion into empty space. It was an expansion of space itself. From an early state of immense density and temperature, the cosmos began to stretch. As it expanded, it cooled and structures formed. In this framework, time as we understand it begins with that expansion. If time originated with the Big Bang, then asking what came before may not be meaningful. The concept of before depends on time. Without time, the word loses its reference. It is similar to asking what lies north of the North Pole. The question assumes a direction that may not apply. Some physicists interpret this to mean that there was no before in a temporal sense. Time emerged with the universe, much as light emerges when conditions allow it. Others propose alternative models. In certain cyclic theories, the universe undergoes repeated phases of expansion and contraction. In such views, our observable universe could be one stage in a longer sequence. Time might extend through cycles rather than begin at a single point. There are also approaches rooted in quantum gravity, where conventional notions of space and time break down. At extremely small scales, spacetime may not behave as a smooth continuum. Instead, it could possess a structure sometimes described as quantum foam. In these regimes, the familiar flow of time may not apply in the same way. Some researchers explore the idea that time is emergent. In this perspective, time is not a fundamental ingredient present at the beginning. It arises from relationships among events and from increasing entropy. Just as temperature emerges from the collective motion of particles, time might emerge from change and from the organization of information. In that case, time would be a description of how events relate rather than a separate entity. If time is emergent, then the sensation of its flow may depend on memory and on the direction in which entropy increases. The arrow of time could reflect the growth of disorder from an early low entropy state. In this picture, time is not a solid object. It is a way of describing the unfolding of change. At the earliest moments of the universe, there were no stars or planets. There were no atoms as we know them. There was intense energy and rapid expansion. As the cosmos cooled, particles formed, and eventually atoms, and later galaxies. The first fractions of a second were governed by physical processes very different from those we experience now. The concept of seconds did not yet exist in any familiar sense, but change occurred, and that change can be described as the beginning of temporal order. Even today, many questions remain open. Was the Big Bang the first event or part of a larger structure? Does time behave the same in all regions of the cosmos? Could there be domains where its properties differ? These possibilities remain subjects of theoretical investigation. While definitive answers may elude us, the inquiry itself expands understanding. Each breath you take occurs within this vast context of cosmic evolution. Time may not be absolute in the way once imagined, yet your experience of the present is real to you. That lived reality is enough to ground you even as larger questions remain. Now we turn from the beginning of time to something quieter and closer. Not the shape of time, but the way it fades within you. Memory softens even as the body continues. There is a calm that comes with forgetting. Not the anxious kind that searches for misplaced objects, but the gentle kind where sharp edges blur. A moment once vivid becomes softer as it drifts into the background. Tonight we are not holding on. We are allowing release. Forgetting is not a flaw. It is part of how your mind moves through time. The brain is not built to store every detail. It selects and it lets go. This selectivity is design rather than weakness. Forgetting occurs through natural processes. The memories fade when they are not revisited. Neural pathways that once carried certain experiences become less active over time. Like paths through a forest, they can grow faint if rarely walked. Other memories are replaced as new information reshapes connections. In some cases, the brain actively weakens synaptic links. Certain molecules, such as protein phosphatase, influence how strongly memories are maintained. Balance is essential. Holding everything would be overwhelming. Releasing some information allows space for new learning. At times, forgetting protects. Painful experiences may become less intense as neural circuits adjust. The memory may remain, yet its emotional charge can lessen. At other times, forgetting is simply part of change. Details from long ago may blur while the emotional pattern remains. What persists is often the feeling rather than the exact sequence of events. As children grow, many early experiences are not retained in narrative form. The structures that support long-term memory continue developing during those years. Later in life, specific details may slip away while broader impressions endure. This does not diminish meaning. It reflects adaptation. In the natural world, cycles of renewal occur constantly. Leaves fall and going to grow again. Cells in your body are replaced. Skin renews and blood circulates. Biological systems maintain continuity through change. You are not the same arrangement of matter as you were years ago. Both memory and material composition shift. Forgetting can be understood as another expression of entropy and adaptation. It allows cognitive resources to focus on what is relevant in the present. You are not a container storing every fragment of the past. You are a process flowing forward. In that flow, some traces remain vivid, and others dissolve gently. Some memories remain luminous. Those bound to love or fear or surprise are reinforced by emotion and repetition. Neural pathways connected to meaning grow stronger and endure. What shapes you tends to stay, while what is less essential fades gently. Recent research suggests that forgetting is not merely loss, but an active process that helps clarify understanding. By releasing certain details, the mind can recognize larger patterns. By allowing some information to dissolve, creativity and adaptation become possible. Forgetting and remembering are partners within a single system of encoding and renewal. So let some things rest. Not every moment must remain vivid. Sharp outlines can soften without erasing what truly matters. You are still present, and that presence is enough. Soon we will turn toward scales far smaller, where time itself becomes uncertain. And for now, allow duration to slip lightly through your awareness like sand that shapes the hand even as it falls away. To your senses, time feels continuous. It flows without visible gaps. Yet if we imagine shrinking beyond skin and cells and atoms into the smallest domains of physics, the picture changes. At quantum scales, particles behave less like solid objects and more like waves of probability. And an electron does not occupy a single fixed location. It exists as a distribution of possibilities. In this realm, the behavior of systems can no longer be described in the same smooth way as planets orbiting or apples falling. In classical physics, time serves as a steady parameter against which change is measured. In quantum mechanics, the role of time becomes more subtle. Some theoretical approaches treat time as an external parameter, while others explore the idea that time may emerge from interactions among quantum states. There are proposals suggesting that at extremely small intervals near what is called the Planck time, approximately 5.39 times 10 to the minus 44 seconds, the familiar notion of continuous time may no longer apply. Whether time is fundamentally discrete or continuous remains an open question in physics. Our most precise measurements of duration rely on quantum processes. Atomic clocks do not use gears or pendulums. They measure the frequency of radiation associated with transitions between energy levels in atoms, such as cesium. When electrons in cesium atoms change energy states, they emit radiation at a very specific frequency. The international definition of 1 second is based on 9,192,630,70 cycles of this radiation. These oscillations provide an extraordinarily stable reference. Modern atomic clocks are so accurate that they would lose less than a second over billions of years. Advances using optical lattice clocks and ultra-cold atoms allow scientists to detect minute differences in the passage of time caused by gravity over differences in height as small as a millimeter. At these levels, the interplay between quantum processes and relativity becomes measurable. Even here, at the smallest scales, we encounter questions about whether time is a smooth continuum or something more granular beneath the surface. Quantum clocks are more than instruments of measurement. They are windows into the architecture of time. At the smallest scales, experiments reveal that events do not always arrange themselves in a simple sequence. In certain quantum processes, the order of events can exist in a superposition where neither clearly precedes the other. It challenges the familiar intuition that one thing must always happen before the next. Some approaches to quantum gravity suggest something even more radical. They propose that time may not be fundamental at all. Instead, it could emerge from relationships among physical systems when they become large enough to display regular patterns. In such views, time is not a background stage, but a feature that appears when interactions are described from a particular perspective. Yet your experience remains steady. You feel moments passing one by one. You do not perceive Planck time or atomic oscillations. Still, beneath your awareness, quantum processes occur continuously. At every scale, from particles to cells, subtle transitions unfold. You are composed of these processes. The smallest pulses of energy contribute to the structures that sustain life and memory. Even in stillness, microscopic changes persist. Countless quantum interactions occur within atoms and molecules, forming tissues and thoughts. You are not separate from this underlying activity. Your existence is woven from it. The rhythms that govern the smallest scales ultimately support the continuity you perceive as a flowing present. Now we widen our view toward one of the most extreme environments in the universe. A black hole is not an empty void, but a region where gravity becomes so intense that escape is impossible once a certain boundary is crossed. When a massive star exhausts its nuclear fuel, its core collapses under gravity. The resulting object can compress into a state where density becomes extraordinary. Surrounding this region is the event horizon, which marks the boundary beyond which light cannot return. From a distant perspective, an object approaching a black hole appears to slow as it nears the event horizon. Gravitational time dilation becomes extreme. The light from the falling object is red-shifted and stretched. To an external observer, the object seems to freeze and fade. From the viewpoint of the object itself, however, the passage through the horizon would occur within a finite interval. This contrast illustrates the unusual geometry predicted by general relativity. For many years, it was thought that anything crossing the event horizon would be lost entirely, including the information describing its physical state. Yet principles of quantum mechanics indicate that information should not be destroyed. It may transform, but not vanish completely. This tension between relativity and quantum theory has led to profound questions about how black holes encode information, and whether traces of what falls in remain imprinted in subtle ways upon the fabric of spacetime. In quantum theory, information may transform, but it cannot simply vanish. This principle led to what is known as the black hole information paradox. Stephen Hawking once proposed that black holes emit radiation and gradually evaporate. This radiation, now called Hawking radiation, would cause the black hole to shrink over immense timescales. If the black hole disappeared entirely, it seemed that the information about what had fallen into it might disappear as well. Many physicists found this troubling because quantum mechanics rests on the idea that information is preserved. The tension between these views deepened the mystery. If matter crosses the event horizon, is its history erased? Or does the universe retain a record in some subtle way? One proposal suggests that information is not destroyed but encoded on the surface of the event horizon. This idea is linked to the holographic principle. It proposes that the information describing a volume of space might be represented on a lower dimensional boundary. In this framework, a black hole could store information on its surface, much like a hologram encodes a three-dimensional image within a two-dimensional pattern. If such ideas are correct, then black holes may not be places of erasure, but of transformation and storage. Information about particles and fields that enter could be preserved in ways not yet fully understood. The universe might retain traces of events, even when their visible forms have changed. In this sense, disappearance does not necessarily mean loss. Conscious ripple outward. Interactions leave imprints. Even when matter collapses into extreme states, the fundamental descriptions of those interactions may remain encoded within the broader fabric of reality. For you, this suggests something gentle. You are part of the same physical laws. Every interaction you have is woven into a network of cause and effect. Energy and information transform, but they are not simply erased. The details may disperse beyond recognition, yet they contribute to the unfolding pattern of the universe. Now we turn from cosmic extremes toward something intimate and steady. Aging is time expressed in biology. Even as you rest, your cells are active. Chemical reactions proceed. Molecules are repaired and replaced. Time passes not as a sudden shift, but as a gradual pattern. Aging begins with life itself. From the first cellular division's development unfolds through sequences of growth and differentiation. Over years, tissues adapt and respond to experience. Aging is not only decline, it includes maturation and learning and adaptation. It reflects the cumulative effects of genetic instructions, interacting with environment and energy flow. Your body renews itself continually. Skin cells are replaced, blood cells cycle, bone tissue remodels. At the same time, subtle changes accumulate. Proteins may fold less efficiently. DNA repair mechanisms work, but not perfectly. These processes are part of the natural trajectory of living systems moving through time. Aging is a transformation written into the structure of life. It is not separate from growth. It is growth extended across decades. As you lie quietly breathing, you are participating in that rhythm. Time moves through you, gently shaping structure and experience. You are not the same person you were last year or last month, or even yesterday. Your skin has renewed. Your blood has cycled. Your thoughts have shifted. You are a river, in motion, always becoming something slightly new. Within your cells, small structures called telomeres sit at the ends of chromosomes. They function like protective caps that prevent genetic material from fraying during division. Each time a cell divides, these telomeres shorten a little. When they become too short, the cell can no longer divide, and it enters a state called senescence, or it is cleared away. This gradual shortening acts as one of the biological clocks of aging. It is not dramatic. It is a quiet progression woven into cellular life. Aging is not only diminishment, it is accumulation and adaptation. Bones respond to stress by strengthening, and later may soften when conditions change. Skin develops and then gradually thins. The immune system learns from exposure, building a memory of past encounters, before later becoming less robust. These shifts are part of an ongoing dialogue between time and biology. Different organisms illustrate that aging is not uniform across life. The freshwater hydra shows negligible senescence with cells that continually renew. Certain jellyfish can revert to earlier developmental stages under specific conditions. Naked rats display unusual resistance to typical age-related decline compared with other mammals. These variations reveal that biological aging follows diverse patterns shaped by evolution. Humans have long sought to understand and influence aging. Modern research examines cellular senescence, inflammation, and oxidative stress. Scientists study how lifestyle factors such as nutrition, sleep, and physical activity affect biological age. Yet aging itself is not an error in the system. It is intrinsic to life as it unfolds. Not all tissues age at the same rate. Cells in the skin and blood are replaced frequently, while many neurons persist throughout a lifetime. Biological age can differ from chronological age depending on genetics, environment, and experience. Stress and rest and healing influence how the body responds to time. The mind changes as well. Certain cognitive processes may slow. Names may become harder to retrieve. At the same time, experience can deepen insight and pattern recognition. Emotional understanding often grows more nuanced. Aging includes these forms of enrichment alongside physical change. To age is to live. Growth, learning, and love all require the passage of time. Your body carries marks of experience, whether in subtle lines of the skin or in strengthened neural connections. Even in rest, time moves through you, gently shaping structure and awareness. Soon we will explore the precision of atomic clocks and how they measure duration using the steady oscillations of light. For now, remain within your body, aware of its quiet processes. Each breath and heartbeat marks another moment of becoming. Some clocks tick audibly. Others operate through vibration and radiation and quantum transitions. Not all clocks tick. Some sing. Some clocks measure time using light alone. They capture rhythms so steady and so precise that they can guide spacecraft across vast distances and detect differences in elevation measured in millimeters. Tonight we rest beside these quiet instruments built not from gears but from atoms and light. At its core, a clock is a counter. It counts regular repetition. Pendulum swings. A quartz crystal vibrates. An atom transitions between energy states. The more consistent the repetition, the more precise the measurement. In the search for accuracy, scientists turned to the stable patterns inside atoms. In 1967, the definition of the second was changed. It was no longer tied to the rotation of the Earth, and instead it was defined by the radiation associated with the transition between two energy levels of the cesium atom. 1 second corresponds to 9,192,630,70 cycles of that microwave radiation. This frequency is remarkably stable. Cesium atomic clocks became the standard for global timekeeping. They synchronize communication networks and guide navigation systems, and calibrate scientific experiments. Their stability is extraordinary. A well-maintained cesium clock would lose less than a second over many millions of years. Research continued toward even greater precision. Optical clocks use transitions in atoms that oscillate at much higher frequencies in the visible or near visible range. Because the oscillations occur more rapidly, they allow finer resolution. Some optical clocks use strontium atoms held in optical lattices formed by laser beams. The atoms are cooled to temperatures near absolute zero to reduce motion and disturbance. Under these conditions, the oscillations can be measured with extreme accuracy. Such clocks are sensitive enough to detect tiny differences in gravitational potential. Raising an atomic clock by a small height slightly changes the rate at which it ticks due to gravitational time dilation. These measurements connect quantum processes with relativity. With these instruments, scientists can test whether fundamental constants remain constant over time and refine the definitions of units, such as the second and the meter. Atomic clocks provide tools for exploring the structure of spacetime and for probing subtle effects predicted by theory. Yet these clocks only measure time. They do not experience it. They register oscillations without awareness. The capacity to feel duration, to anticipate or remember, belongs to living systems. As you rest, the atoms within you continue their transitions and vibrations. Their quantum rhythms contribute to the larger patterns that sustain life. You are both participant in and observer of these processes, shaped by the same fundamental oscillations that define our most precise clocks. You are not separate from the precision woven into the universe. The same physical laws that govern atomic oscillations also govern your breath and heartbeat. Your pulse and your thoughts unfold within patterns that ultimately trace back to interactions of light and matter. Now imagine stepping briefly outside your familiar sense of duration. Consider how other living beings experience time. Time is not only measured by instruments, it is perceived through biology and behavior. Different organisms process information at different rates, and therefore inhabit distinct temporal worlds. Insects such as flies have high flicker fusion thresholds. This means they can distinguish rapid changes in light that appear continuous to human eyes. Their nervous systems process visual information more quickly relative to their size and metabolic rate. As a result, movements that seem swift to you may appear slower to them. Their perception contains more discrete moments within what you experience as a single second. At the opposite extreme, consider large marine mammals such as whales. Their physiology supports slow and sustained movements. A dive can last a long time, measured in human minutes or hours. Their songs propagate across vast ocean distances. Their metabolic pace and environmental context shape a perception of time that may feel expansive and unhurried relative to smaller animals. Some species rely less on vision and more on internal and environmental cues. Moles and bats maintain circadian rhythms guided by feeding cycles and rest patterns. Sea turtles navigate using magnetic and lunar cues, returning to beaches after decades. Salmon migrate upstream, guided by chemical signals and geomagnetic information. These organisms do not conceptualize time as numbers yet. Their behaviors are synchronized with long cycles. Dolphins display unihemispheric sleep, allowing one hemisphere of the brain to rest while the other remains active. Certain birds take brief micro-sleeps during migration. 2. Their sleep architecture differs from that of humans, and so their experience of rest and wakefulness is structured differently. Bees possess internal clocks that allow them to anticipate when flowers produce nectar. If environmental light cycles change, they adjust their activity patterns accordingly. Plants also exhibit circadian rhythms, opening and closing leaves in response to light cycles. Across life forms, molecular oscillators and environmental feedback loops provide temporal coordination. Even among humans, the perception of duration varies. Children often experience years as expansive, while older adults may perceive them as passing more quickly. Attention and novelty influence subjective time. High engagement can compress perceived duration, while waiting can stretch it. All living systems maintain some form of temporal organization, whether through molecular cycles, neural processing speeds, or an environmental synchrony. Time as experienced is shaped by biology and context. You inhabit one tempo among many within a universe of diverse rhythms. You feel time stretch when you stand in awe. You feel it race when anxiety tightens your chest. You live with clocks borrowed from culture and habit, and from the steady pulse within your body. There is no single way to experience time. There are only perspectives shaped by living forms. So tonight, imagine adopting other tempos, the unhurried glide of a whale in deep water. the quick alert awareness of a bee moving from flower to flower, the steady growth of a tree adding one ring each year, the patient return of a turtle guided by tides. Let your own sense of urgency loosen. There is nothing to chase. There is only a rhythm to follow and a breath to inhabit. Now lift your imagination toward the moon. Picture it as a calm companion moving through the dark sky. You have seen its phases many times. It waxes and wanes from crescent to full and back again. Every 29.5 days it completes this cycle. The word month itself traces back to this lunar rhythm. Long before mechanical calendars, people watched the sky and learned to mark time through changing light. The moon does more than shine. Its gravity pulls upon the earth, shaping the tides. Twice each day, ocean waters rise and fall, responding to the moon's position. This movement is subtle, yet powerful. It is a continuous exchange between Earth and its satellite. Lunar cycles influence many living systems. Certain fish reproduce in coordination with specific tidal phases. Some corals release eggs during particular lunar nights. Even human sleep patterns have been observed to shift slightly with the full moon. Whether through biology or perception, many people sense its rhythm. The moon also preserves history. Its surface is covered with craters formed by impacts over billions of years. Without atmosphere or weather, these marks remain largely unchanged. Footprints left by astronauts decades ago persist in the dust. In that environment, erosion is minimal and memory endures in physical form. The moon is not fixed in its distance. It is slowly moving away from Earth at a rate of a few centimeters per year. In the distant past, it was closer and tides were stronger. Far in the future, total solar eclipses may no longer occur because the apparent sizes of the sun and moon will differ. The relationship between Earth and moon evolves gradually across immense spans. For now, the moon continues its orbit. It reflects sunlight and shapes tides and marks months in quiet sequence. Its movement is steady and measurable, yet also gentle and symbolic. As you rest, imagine its soft light crossing the sky. Let that rhythm slow your thoughts. Time is present in many forms, from atomic oscillations to lunar cycles. You are part of this layered pattern. The rhythm of the moon does not require analysis to be felt. It echoes quietly in your breathing, and in the alternation between wakefulness and sleep. It asks nothing of you and measures nothing about your worth. It simply continues in steady orbit, reflecting sunlight and shaping tides. Its cycle has accompanied generations before you and will continue beyond this night. You do not need to know its phase or consult a calendar. Its motion remains constant in the background of your life. Now we turn inward again toward the way your mind moves through time. Even while your body rests, your thoughts travel. You can recall a past scene with vivid detail, or imagine a future moment that has not yet occurred. This capacity is often called mental time travel. It refers to the ability to remember past experiences and to construct possible future scenarios. When you recall an event, your brain reactivates networks similar to those engaged during the original experience. Sensory regions and emotional circuits can become active again. Memory is not retrieved like a static record. It is reconstructed through neural activity that simulates aspects of the earlier moment. The same neural systems contribute to imagining the future. When you picture an upcoming conversation or plan an event, the brain draws upon stored experiences and recombines elements into new scenarios. This process supports planning, creativity, and anticipation. It allows reflection on what has happened and preparation for what may come. The ability to move mentally across time provides flexibility. It enables learning from past outcomes and evaluating future possibilities. Yet it also carries challenges. Excessive focus on past events may contribute to rumination or regret. Persistent projection into uncertain futures can amplify anxiety. Presence offers balance. Attention, directed to immediate sensory experience, can reduce the intensity of mental time travel. Focusing on breathing or bodily sensations anchors awareness in current neural activity rather than simulated past or future scenes. Neurological research shows that damage to memory-related brain structures can impair both recall and imagination. This supports the view that remembering and envisioning are closely linked functions. The same cognitive architecture that allows you to revisit earlier moments also enables you to construct potential ones. As you rest, your mind retains this capacity. It can wander across years or remain centered in the present breath. Both are natural expressions of how the brain organizes time. For now, allow your thoughts to quiet. Let mental journeys slow. The moon continues its orbit, and your body continues its rhythm while your awareness settles gently into the present moment. Past and future are not strangers. They lean into each other. What you remember shapes what you imagine. What you imagine reshapes what you remember. Memory is not only a record, it is a foundation for possibility. It allows you to project forward by rearranging what has already been lived. In this way, the past becomes material for the future. Dreaming is another form of this movement. During sleep, the mind recombines fragments of experience. Scenes merge. Familiar faces appear in unfamiliar places. Piety becomes fluid. Sequence dissolves, yet emotions remain vivid. Dreams are not bound to clocks. They are shaped by feeling and association. They reveal how flexible your inner sense of time can be. Nostalgia offers a different kind of journey. It carries both warmth and longing. It recalls not only events, but the texture of who you were within them. Research suggests that nostalgia can increase feelings of connection and continuity. It reminds you that your identity extends across years. It links past experiences to present meaning. You're not confined to a single instant. Your mind can revisit earlier chapters and sketch possible futures. When this movement becomes heavy, it may bring regret or worry. When it is gentle, it can bring insight and creativity. For now, allow it to wander lightly. There is no need to dwell in any one room of memory. Simply notice that you possess this capacity. Now we approach a quiet question. When a moment ends, where does it go? A conversation concludes. Candle flame disappears. A day becomes night. Subjectively, the present seems to vanish into the past. Yet physics offers an intriguing perspective. In relativity, time is treated as a dimension within spacetime. Events are described by coordinates in this four-dimensional structure. From this viewpoint, the universe can be modeled as a block, in which all events are located within the same geometric framework. This concept is sometimes called the block universe. It suggests that past, present, and future are not flowing entities, but different regions of a larger structure. In such a model, moments do not disappear. They are simply situated at different coordinates. The feeling of passage arises from how conscious systems process information. Sequentially, the equations of relativity themselves do not privilege a moving present. Whether this interpretation captures the full nature of reality remains debated among physicists and philosophers. Yet it offers a way to think about the persistence of events. What has occurred may remain part of the structure of space-time, even if it is no longer accessible to experience. As you rest, consider this gently. Moments may not be erased, but positioned within a vast continuum. Your memories echo internally, while the physical events themselves occupy their coordinates in the fabric of the cosmos. You do not need to resolve this idea. Let it rest beside you. The question itself can be a quiet companion as you drift towards sleep. Imagine time not as pages, turning, but as a vast landscape, a terrain of ridges and valleys stretching in every direction. You walk it step by step, and each view opens only when you arrive. Yet every hill and hollow remains part of the whole, even when you have passed beyond it. From this perspective, the past has not dissolved. It lies behind you within the structure of space-time. You cannot step back into it, but it may still exist as a region of the larger geometry. You move along your path, and with each step, another portion of the terrain comes into view. It is as if a light travels across a stage, revealing scenes that were already built. Some interpretations of physics describe time as emergent rather than fundamental. In such views, deeper laws may not contain a flowing timeline. Instead, the sense of before and after could arise from relationships among events and from the growth of entropy. Even there, traces remain. Physical processes leave records. Structures change. The arrow of time is marked by evidence of what has occurred. Consider starlight. When you look into the night sky, you see photons that began their journey long ago. Some stars that emitted that light may have changed or even ended. Yet the light continues across space and enters your eyes carrying information about its origin. It is a reminder that events leave imprints that travel. The past may not be accessible, but it is not undone. It shapes matter and memory and the configuration of your body. Experience leaves patterns in neural circuits, and in habits, and in subtle physical traces. What you have lived contributes to who you are now. There is comfort in this continuity. Moments that seemed small or unnoticed still participated in the unfolding of your life. They influenced choices and perceptions. They are woven into the larger pattern even if you no longer recall every detail. As you rest, imagine the universe as a vast structure that holds all events within it, not as a scrapbook, but as an interconnected whole. Time moves forward in experience, yet what has happened remains part of the fabric. You carry its influence within you. You have traveled through reflections on atoms and stars and memory and motion. Each theme connects to the others through the concept of time. You are not separate from this framework. You are a dynamic configuration within it, shaped by physical law and personal history. If your thoughts are quieting, allow them to settle. The mechanisms that measure time continue without effort from you. Your body maintains its rhythms. The earth turns. The moon orbits. Atomic transitions occur. Rest knowing that your past has contributed to the present configuration of who you are. Rest aware that future moments will arise as you move through the landscape ahead. For now, simply breathe and allow sleep to come naturally.